How many episodes must a girl put out before you call it a scam? Yes, and how many leads must a wine mom mail before she cracks the whole plan? Yes, and how many times must the bombshells drop before we all understand? The answer, my friend, is coming round the bend. The answer is coming round the bend. Yes, and how many years can the circus exist before they can just let it be? Yes, and how many years can the theories persist before they will finally concede? Yes, and how many times must a girl fall asleep before Charlie gives her the key? The answer, my friend, she'll tell you in the end. The answer, she'll tell you in the end. Yes, and how many times must a girl look up and see the planes in the sky? Yes, and how many bees can the Mormons keep before she tells people why? Yes, and how many dreams will it take till she knows why Charlie keeps dropping by? The answer, my friend, is dropping this weekend. The answer is dropping this weekend.
Who made that brilliant masterpiece? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you guys are in the world today. Cheers to the mega debate review of what is the biggest debate that we can remember in a very long time. I mean, can anybody remember a bigger one outside of presidential debates or anything like that? I certainly can't. Another huge one that happened over the last few years was the Douglas Murray-Dave Smith debate on Rogan. That was one that people were really looking forward to. Let me see how many views. Let me see how many views that one ended up getting. Dave Smith, Douglas Murray. 5 million on Rogan 1 year ago. So, yeah. I think that this one's probably going to be bigger than that. I can't think of a bigger one. Can anybody else think of a bigger one? No. Anyway, I watched this. I was going to potentially cover it last night. My hair looks crap. Bad hair day. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I was going to cover it last night, but ended up going out for dinner and everything, and I was like, I'll cover it in the morning. Everyone's doing a live stream about it. There's no point in me doing a live stream about it at the time. So we're going to cover it today. Now, I have watched it. I watched half before bed last night and then half when I got up this morning. And I've got a lot of thoughts on it. Got a lot of thoughts on the structure of the debate, the format, the moderation, these sorts of things. I found a few things to be really annoying. First of all, like the talking time. I saw Myron made a post this morning saying that it would have been better if they had timed responses. And I completely agree with that because the vast majority of the time was Candace Owens basically prattling. Prattle, 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 woman prattle. And it was just like face palm, so annoying. I thought that Andrew was like almost to his detriment good faith, like really like unbelievably good faith. Let her speak a lot, wasn't like cutting off and making sure that went in a certain direction. Very, very good faith. And obviously, I mean, you have to look at it in terms of like what we're actually looking at here. So we knew coming into this, in the days coming into this, that basically what we're going to be looking at here is, you know, Goliath, Candace's audience, and then David, which is the Crucible over here. We knew that. And so what the Crucible is interested in, what Rattlesnake TV is interested in, what these various different channels are interested in, is actually actual debates. So people coming forth with a position, with a worldview, and then defending their position with facts and with logic, and then us using that long form sort of scenario to then discern who better defended their worldview. Now, we knew that that's what we were looking at. What other people are looking at, what the general public's looking at, what the normies are looking at, what Candace Owens' audience is looking at, is for the most part, little clips, what clips went most viral, and then how the conversation made them feel. And I've been noticing a lot of that. Obviously, there's a whole industry behind what she's saying. So at no point did we ever say that people were going to change their minds. That's not going to happen. Any of the Ian Carrolls or Jimmy Dawes or any of these people, despite what we've just seen, are not going to be changing their minds about anything. They're going to only double down, triple down. Candace Owens is going to double down and triple down. We knew that was going to happen. But to say that this was a one-sided debate would be the understatement of the century. Because if it is the case that we are looking at who defends their worldview with facts and logic, Candace Owens quite literally had nothing. Okay, so all of her whole theory relies on Tyler Robinson being a patsy. Okay, and in order for him to be a patsy, she has to substantiate that claim with a bunch of evidence, with a series of pieces of evidence, and the evidence relies around her timeline. And the evidence relies on all of the claims that she's made about Erica Kirk and Egypt and Israel and France and TPUSA and all these sorts of things. She quite literally had, and I don't mean this rhetorically, quite literally had nothing. So obviously the people who actually know what they're looking at are going to be able to watch that and discern it. And those are really the only people that we're trying to appeal to here. I mean, it's not like we're going to get the wine mums to come over to our side. That's never going to happen, okay? They are firmly embedded in the true crime doco over there. But in terms of the debate, I think that... so I watched Rob Knorr do a quick video this morning, and he said that he thought Andrew could have done a better job of substantiate the state's evidence. Andrew did say that he was 85% sure that it was Robinson. I really thought that he was going to bump that number up a little bit and that would have been a higher number. I personally, I didn't think that I'd find myself saying this, but I have probably like a 90% certainty I'd say that Tyler Robinson did it, somewhere in the 90s there. But he said 75, 85. I was a little bit surprised by that. Maybe could have done a slightly better job there. But in terms of her evidence and when he cross-examined her, it was such a dog walk, if you actually know what you're looking at, that it was amazing to me. Like an absolute brutality. Anyway, we'll read out a few of these little super chats that we've got here, and then we will get into it. Now, I do believe that I did crop this screen yesterday, so I might have to uncrop this, because remember, guys, we had that incident yesterday on stream which made me have to delete it. Annoying. So, here's the debate. We're going to watch it, guys. We'll watch it in its entirety. We'll break it down play by play. But we'll read a few of these super chats first. Seth says, been waiting all day for this recap. We're going to get into it. Scamdus Cult is coping hard on X, including Big Gay Country. Yeah, I mean, like we said, guys, they're never going to change their minds about this. It's not something that we can have. We can never go into this thinking that we're going to bring these people over to our side. All we want to do is be going into the debate, and Andrew was very cool, very calm, very collected, very good faith, and he got out what he wanted to get out, which is that she's got nothing. Like, literally nothing. But we knew that already. So, Patriot Lady says, bottom line, Candace failed to connect Tyler Robinson to Israel, the French, TPUSA, Miss Kirk, Egyptian planes, etc. If her claim is he's the patsy, she failed. Yeah. Yep. 100%. JD says, PBD, a C, C-, Andrew a B, and Candace will be Candace. Andrew seemed either handcuffed by the terms or deliberately avoiding clip farmers. I thought he was very charitable, I thought he was very charitable. That's what I thought was going on there. Like, the amount of woman prattle that was happening, the amount of gish galloping, the amount of meta conversations was crazy to me. Like, I don't know if there was some sort of a term where he couldn't cut her off and just say, listen, okay, we're not going into a meta conversation. It's another meta conversation. Every time he would ask her a question about the claim, she'd be like, so what you want to do? You're just trying to do this and you're just trying to do that for your audience. And it was like, why don't you actually answer the question? No, not answering the question. Yeah, and we'll point it out as we go. Sniper Mike sent a huge 100. Thank you very much, my friend. Said, let's go. I learned 2 things from this debate. Trolling on X is fun, and scratch and sniff stickers on the bottom of a pool would do in a majority of her viewers. Yep. Thank you, Sniper Mike. Don't worry, we're here. No need to restart the stream on our behalf, okay? Who can take a question, obfuscate with juice, cover it with a stupid and a dream sequence or two? The Candy Can Clan. The Candy Clan can. Jacket weather IQ Nubian claim. We didn't even get into the Sumerian looking glass. Pix Paradox with a 10, thank you. I hate to say it, but Rachel hurt Andrew a bit with the whole armor sniper thing, not one step back. I don't even know the context behind that, but Andrew is a very skilled marksman. He's very skilled with his weapons, and he was in the army or whatever for a short period of time. But yeah, I don't even know what's going on with that. But that was another thing. Tried to attack him personally at the start without being overt about it. But anyway, let's get into it.
These types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death.
All right. Rach comes in with a 50 and says, this was David versus Goliath. Was it the blowout slam dunk we craved? No. Did Andrew objectively achieve the goal of demonstrating that she has nothing and won't defend her claim that Tyler Robinson is a patsy? Yes. Smoky Man W overall. I'll answer the stupid sniper. Yeah, sure. Do you want to call in, Rach? I'll send you the link if you want. You can call in to the stream and we can talk about it.
Of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence.
One sec, guys. I'm just going to go send this link. If you do want to call in, Rach. And otherwise, if you don't, you can just put it in the chat. Now, Andrew did drop that text message there. Now, does that text message tell us 100% that this is like an open and shut thing? It doesn't. But, it does dispute the narrative, certainly, that somebody else was involved, because it's just direct competing evidence there, because they're saying it's a patsy, that it was Israel, that it was France, all these sorts of things. So anyways, give me a second. Rach is just calling up. I think she accidentally hung up. But it does dispute that narrative. So they've dropped text messages and they've said, look what Charlie said, even though Charlie never said anything that he was scared about Israel killing him. He clearly said that he was worried for his life and that he was worried that the left was going to try and kill him. Just like many of these people are when they go into these campuses and everything. So, yeah, like I said, it's not like case shut or anything like that with the new text messages, but it's information. It's information. Just like when Candace released the text messages about Charlie Kirk saying that he wanted to leave the pro-Israel cause, that was also information. And at the time, we took it seriously. And we were like, all right, well, if they're trying to create reasonable doubt here and they're trying to create a situation where there's motive from the Israelis, that's definitely information. So it's information on both sides. I don't think it's that significant, if I'm totally honest, but it's information.
Is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is.
All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'm just going to place the call here. All right. We know that this sometimes goes a little bit haywire. All right. Assign guest 1. Can you hear me, Rach?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I gotcha. Gotcha. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. It's been a really exhausting week. We've had like no rest between DebateCon and then me having to have like my medical treatments and then Andrew immediately doing this. So it's been like really crazy. I could use a vacation, but we're doing good. We're doing good.
Yeah, maybe you guys should think about Southeast Asia. I don't know if Andrew would like the food though.
Oh, he definitely wouldn't.
Yeah. Japan.
We're the kind
He
of
needs to do
people
that
that
Japan
take a
trip
vacation.
eventually.
When we take a vacation, we just stay home.
Fair.
We're like, let's just stay home and not do anything.
Yeah. So what did you want to clear up in terms of this army sniper thing? I'm not sure about any of the context regarding that.
Okay, it's so silly. You're going to laugh. Okay, so because the Candy cult is so obsessive, the minute that she, decided she was going to take this debate with Andrew, everybody went digging, right? They're going to find out the truth about the Wilsons. They're doing all their little digging around looking. They found a tweet from 14 years ago when I was a little baby retard on Twitter. And all I did was talk to like 11 or 12 of my friends about whatever was going on. And I think what I said was something like, it comes in handy to have an army sniper husband. Now, what I meant by that, I was speaking like colloquially in shorthand. It was like a way of saying my husband who was in the army, and he was in for a little over a year. I just dug his military records back out in case he needed them for this debate. Like he was like, you're going to have to go upstairs and go find all my paperwork. So I did. Yes, he was in for a little over a year. He got a medical discharge. Nothing like scandalous, nothing interesting. If he ever wants to say what it was, I'll let him say that. But it was just like very something run of the mill. That was a medical issue that he ended up getting a discharge. So because he really only ever got a chance to complete basic training and then do like the weekend training stuff, he never saw combat. He wasn't in for any length of time. He didn't have like a career. He just doesn't talk about it because like, why? Why would you? It's just like, yeah, he wanted to serve. That was his intention. He wasn't able to. He couldn't finish. So what? And after he got out of the military, I actually met him when he was still in. So I was there like for the medical discharge and all that. And when he got out, like this is how he became a gunsmith. He got out of the military. He was like, well, that's done. He's like, I could work at my my family's company. I could do something else. Like, what should I do? What do you think? And I said, you're really good with guns and you really love guns. Why don't you like be a gunsmith or something like that? Is that a thing? And you could see like a little light bulb go off in his head. And he was like, holy crap, that's a great idea. So that's when he began like getting all of his credentials to do like NRA training, firearms training, getting a license to sell firearms. He started his first gun shop, and he did that for a long time, like a decade, that he had the actual shop, and then he was training people, that whole time. And then even I got licensed as I got certified as a firearms instructor through the NRA in 2020. Because when the pandemic
last time when we were
hit,
in Michigan, you beat Vinny, and we got to say that he got beaten by a girl in a shooting contest. So that was fun.
yeah, exactly. So this was me in, I think it was 2011 or 2012, tweeting this. I don't even remember the context of why I posted it or who I posted it to. But what I meant was, he was in the Army, and yes, like he teaches. So Andrew got certified to do like the highest level of training that you can do through the NRA. He taught teachers. He taught people who were former military, police, all that kind of stuff. He taught the people who teach is what he did. So he's a very high level firearms expert and really, really good instructor. And he did like a lot of specialty classes for like long range rifle shooting and like how to sight in rifles, how to practice that sort of thing. Like he could tell you all the technical stuff about that. He's really, really good. It's one of his better talents. Like he's a great debater, but he was really good at this stuff. And he was sought out by people for a long time to teach this sort of stuff. So that's what I meant. Like
Yeah,
I wasn't
fair
saying
enough. Fair enough. Yeah,
he
I
never,
mean,
yeah, he
go on.
never saw combat. I wasn't claiming he was in combat. He never saw any combat. He'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. He never claimed that. Andrew has never called himself that. They're trying to say he's claiming stolen valor based on this one stupid tweet where Bimbo Me never thought this was going to be scrutinized, 15 years later or whatever. All I meant was he's a military trained guy who was in the Army, and he knows how to do like rifle sniping stuff. Like I didn't know the proper terminology back then. This was years before I went through the training myself and learned these things. So I didn't know the proper terms. I wasn't being technical. I didn't know.
Yeah,
So
fair
that's
enough.
all it is. And
In
this
terms
is the
of the
one thing
actual,
they could find.
in
Yeah.
terms of the actual debate rage, I messaged you last night, and I was kind of pissed off about the moderation because I was reading Myron this morning, and he was saying that he thought that there should have been timed back and forths, and I thought that that would have been an effective thing to have as well because there was so much prattle, there was so many meta conversations going on, the conversation about the conversation, and basically throughout the whole entire cross-examination period where Andrew was cross-examining Candace, every time he would ask her a question, it would just go into the meta. She would try and psychologize him about why he's asking the question and what his motives are and all of the passive aggressive stuff. So like, am I wrong to say that there should have been some more strict moderation going on there, or?
Okay, so I'll tell you what I think about that. I think Patrick Bet-David is a really nice guy. I think he got thrown into this. Like, look, all of this has happened within the span of like, what, 5 days, 6 days, something like that. So I'm not even blaming him or saying he did a bad job, but Candace gave Andrew 3 names. She was like, because this negotiation to even make this debate happen was insane, and I'm sure Andrew will tell the story at some point. But she gave him 3 names, and Andrew felt Patrick was the best out of the 3 names. And I think he did his best. He's not a debater. He doesn't understand debate. He doesn't have experience with it. So I think he was just there to keep things from completely going off the rails. But yes, if I could have had my wishes, we never got to the meat. Andrew was very well prepared for this debate. He had a lot of great stuff that he couldn't get to because when we got to the point where Andrew wanted to ask her those direct questions, she was like, let me stop you right there and tell you why I'm not going to answer any questions, and then refused to answer any questions. She refused cross-examination. Okay? Like, in my opinion, I think that violates the agreement, but that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that's Andrew's opinion. That's just what I think. And it prevented us from ever getting to what everyone wanted, what I wanted, what you wanted, which was, let's see all these pieces of evidence. Let's see all these things Candace has claimed, and let's go through them one by one and make her answer for each of these things. Okay.
Yeah, look, I actually think that it wasn't really. I think that he got to a fair bit. I mean, if there was more on the table, sure. I mean, you can go through and exhaustively go through all of the claims that she's made and everything, and you could have been there forever doing it. But no evidence for Erica, Kirk, and TPUSA being involved, and not even no evidence, but actually she walked it back and wouldn't admit that she was insinuating that they were involved. No evidence for Egypt, no evidence for Israel, no evidence for France. No evidence basically that he's a patsy. The timeline thing was actually very important, even though she was trying to do the passive aggressive thing and pretend that that didn't matter or whatever. But that, like, I don't know how people can watch that and not understand that this is important, because her whole entire theory is built around this timeline. He could not possibly have committed this murder because of the timeline. And if you cut 5 or 6 hours out of that timeline based upon nothing, that's a big deal. So no evidence for all of the different claims that she's made, and she has made the claims. But then every time the claims were brought up, it was like, well, you're trying to get all these out of context clips and surprise clips, and it's like, these are the things that you've said on your show. And every time you get asked about the things that you say on your show, your response is, well, it's my show. I can say what I want. Well, okay, yeah, no one's saying that you can't say what you want on your show. You can go out there and say that the sky's pink and that you believe in magic flying elephants on your show if you want, sure. But we're just questioning you on the things that you said, and she literally had no evidence for anything. So I thought that that part was like a total and utter blowout. I mean, anybody who understands, look, we know, Rach, that a lot of people who are watching this who don't really understand debate very often, they get their information through clips. A lot of the wine mums who will interpret everything through the feelings filter will interpret the debate based upon how they felt about what happened. But if you're actually looking at who substantiated their view, and if you're actually looking at Candace's claims, was she able to substantiate her worldview, as is the point of a debate, the answer is a raging no.
Yes, I agree 100%. So this is not me coping. I'm going to be completely honest. Like, everyone knows how I feel about my husband and that I'm his biggest fan, okay? But if I'm being completely, totally honest, this is my assessment. I think Andrew did win. I think what he did is he went in there and he proved that Candace is not willing to actually back up any of her claims. She's not willing to substantiate any of it with evidence. When she gets put to just a simple, direct question, she will not only not answer the question, but object to even being asked the question. And she was upset, like 90% of what she said in the debate was her complaining or storytelling about the debate or about her motivations. And none of that is relevant to a debate. But like you said, a lot of normies watching who are not familiar with what debate really is or how those things work, they're just going to look at optics. I still think optically, and this is the key of what I want to get across, is Candace has an audience 20 times bigger than Andrew's. She's a veteran in media. She's been around a long time. She's got a lot of experience, and she's built a huge audience off of this Charlie Kirk stuff. So the spin machine is in full force right now, but I think that Andrew will come out on top over the course of this weekend, because she was caught in multiple contradictions. She was caught not answering questions. She was caught looking stupid. And if you look at what she said in the debate and then people clip what she has said on her show and they put them side by side, it looks really bad. Mm-hmm. Andrew, the only thing you can say, Andrew, like maybe the only point she actually got against him was, okay, he couldn't rattle off the top of his head the 7 charges against Tyler Robinson. But I knew the minute she asked him that, I was like, this is a gotcha, and Andrew won't want to answer it, because he knows if he gets one term wrong, she's going to go, no, that's not correct. That's what I said to my daughter who was sitting next to me. I go, he's not going to want to answer, because he knows if he says like this term and it was a slightly different term, she's going to go, no, that's not correct. And that's exactly what happened.
Isn't that such a typical thing for Andrew, though? Like, no, he knows all the details, all the details about the case, but then it gets the aggravated bit wrong. But like, I mean, I watched that and I was like, yeah, okay, like little semantic trick there or whatever. Yes. But like, who gives a shit?
So
why
like,
is that relevant?
Okay, you got him. He couldn't rattle off the 7 charges off the top of his head. And look, nobody should have gone into this thinking Andrew's going to have every fact and detail memorized better than Candace. Of course not. She's been doing this day in and day out and nothing else for 11 months straight. Andrew had 4 days to prep for this, okay? And he's not been obsessed with this case. He's been keeping track of it somewhat. He's been paying attention. But no, he's not been like just poring over legal documents and memorizing every detail the way that Candace has. So of course, we should expect she's going to have a better handle of those things. But that has no bearing on whether she can substantiate the claims she has made, which are extraordinary claims. If you're going to accuse people of being involved in a murder or a cover-up of a murder, you had better be able to substantiate that, because what if you're wrong? And what we saw today is that she cannot and will not back up her claims, and she won't even stand by her claims. She walked back a whole bunch of things. So, like, by any objective metric, I do think Andrew won, and I think the reason is because she had to walk back her claims about Erica. This woman, like, if you don't remember, she did a 3-piece hit piece on Erica called Bride of Charlie
Yeah.
to absolutely, like, just poison her in the mind of the public, cast all kinds of aspersions, create all kinds of doubt, like clip things out of context, make her look really bad. And then when Andrew says, "Are you willing to sit here and say that you think she was involved?" Candace is like, "Well, I never said that," and then she's not willing to back it up. So he caught her in contradictions. He caught her backing up, walking back her claims, not even being willing to stand by the claims, much less provide evidence for those claims. So it'll
Yeah.
be interesting to see what Candace does after this. Like, what's she going to do? Go back Monday and now just pretend like this didn't happen and continue
No,
to
she's
accuse?
going to go. She's going to go and gloat, is what she's going to do. Because I noticed this throughout the actual entire course of the debate. Is she just kept on asserting things as if they were true. And I've actually noticed that she does this a lot with her audience. Is that she will really appeal to a low IQ common denominator. And I know that sounds uncharitable, but oftentimes the way that she asserts things, if somebody knows how to think through a position with reason and logic, they're not just going to believe that off the cuff. And she kept on doing that throughout the debate as well. She was saying, well, you haven't been able to defend your position. And she was saying, well, you've lost on the substance of the debate. And it's like, no, that never happened. So she asserts things, and she's going to do the same thing. Like, I can almost guarantee you she's going to get back there on Monday, and the episode is going to be about her saying, her essentially gloating.
Yeah, that's true. But there's no escaping the clips that are already being put out. It's already going out into all of the social media platforms of her stammering, stuttering, avoiding, deflecting, refusing to answer, asking for a fact check. And then once she gets fact checked, she's proven completely wrong and just says, "Okay, well, I didn't remember." That sort of stuff is going to be out there forever. And all Andrew was trying to do, this is what I hope people remember. Like I said, this was David versus Goliath. This is not something Andrew's been dedicating every fucking day of his life to for 11 months, like all these other people, like Candace and all her like cottage industry orbiters who've created a whole career out of pushing this conspiracy slop, which my personal opinion, again, I'm not speaking for Andrew. This is what I think. As a bona fide conspiracy theorist myself, you can ask Jake. You can ask Jake about me and conspiracies.
Someone brought up Candace's views on the dinosaurs yesterday, and I was like, well, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Exactly. But I said this on September 12th. I posted this on X on September 12th last year. I said, mark my words, there's going to be a whole industry of people who are going to pop up out of this Charlie Kirk assassination, and they're going to tell you that they know what actually happened. They know who really killed Charlie, and they know who's behind it and you should not listen to them, because there is no way that anyone can know that until we've seen the full evidence from both sides at the trial. And that's going to be like a couple of years away. This is what I said last year. I still stand by that. We haven't seen the full evidence from the defense or from the prosecution yet. We've only gone through a preliminary hearing, and that's all they have to do is just say there's enough evidence to go to trial. So it's basically nothing.
Yeah,
although
I mean, there
what
was
we've seen so far.
Yeah,
is
there was a
really
few things I
solid.
thought, Rach, where it was would have been good to get into. For example, on the state's case, I would have liked to have seen Andrew put her to the question, perhaps, about why it is that none of her evidence or any of these people's evidences have been produced by the state, and why they're not going for a mistaken identity, why they're not going for the timeline, why they're not going for the alibi and all these sorts of things, because that would have been handy to know. And then I'm also surprised that the Fort Huachuca stuff didn't come up, because that's obviously a central part of her whole story there, and something that I don't know if you watched my stream yesterday where Harrison Smith called into her show and put her to the question about Fort Huachuca, and it was a humiliation.
Oh yeah, I saw all of that. And those are the things that Andrew prepped for and wanted to ask her. And when you get to the part of the debate where he says, "Look, I'm just going to ask you a few straightforward questions. I'm not going to load them. They're just very straightforward, so I hope you'll just answer them. And she goes, before you do that, let me just get ahead of this and give all my excuses and reasons for why I won't do that. So if the moderator isn't willing to say, hey, in the contract, this was stipulated that you need to defend, and this is, if people don't know this, they should. What they agreed to in the contract was two things. Andrew was supposed to defend his prompt. His statement was, the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. Now, I'm being very careful with the wording. I have memorized it so I don't get this wrong. So that's what Andrew was supposed to defend. What Candace agreed to defend, and this was her words, okay, in the contract, she was supposed to defend, the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is a patsy set up by the federal government. Now, she never had to defend that, because when Andrew got to that questioning portion where he was going to question her on that, she refused. She just said, I'm not going to do it. It'll put me in a legal pickle, or I don't think that it's fair and I don't want to answer. And Patrick Bet-David did not say to her, hey, you have to answer this. So Andrew couldn't force her to answer. So he tried his best to like press, he tried his best to push. And we just never got there, which is unfortunate. But if you're just going by what they had agreed to defend, she never defended that. She never, in fact, she didn't even claim it in the debate, let alone defend it or present any evidence of that. Did anybody watching this debate today see her produce convincing arguments or evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy set up by the federal government? Because I didn't.
There was absolutely nothing of the sort. And yeah, look, this is the thing that people really have to understand, is that that was the thing that she had to defend, that it was overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is a patsy set up by the federal government. And not only did she not make the case that it was overwhelming, she did not produce any evidence, like not one little bit. So, like if you had to make the most charitable steel man you can possibly make, Rach, about what her case was, that Tyler Robinson was a patsy set up by the federal government, could you make one?
Well, based on what she said today, like, I don't know, I'm not like an avid watcher of her show, so maybe somebody who is could summarize what she said on her show. But what she said today was, I'm allowed to think and I'm allowed to have opinions. That's all she said.
Yeah.
All she said was, I think it looks weird. It feels wrong to me. These are my opinions. These are my thoughts. And it's like, and Andrew said right to her, that's fair. Nobody, I wouldn't be here if all you had ever said was, there's things that don't make sense. This feels wrong. It looks weird. Like, sure. And again, when we get to the trial, my informed suspicion is that we will get a lot of those answers. There's some things I know that I can't talk about. And there's a lot of things that people who do know more about this case can't talk about, because we could risk a mistrial, right?
Yeah,
if
course.
Tyler Robinson really did this, and say TPUSA or Erica were to come out and say everything they know, we could risk a mistrial. And they can't do that. So as bad as it looks now, there's a lot of people who know a lot of things and they can't come out and talk about it just yet. So I've been saying for a whole year now almost, wait for the trial, because a lot of your questions will get answered. And then, and only then, will you know where to poke holes. So like Andrew and I, neither of us have ever said, oh, we just believe the federal narrative because we love the government and the government's always right and they never lie. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. And anybody who follows us would know that we don't think that way at all. So what you have to do is wait for the trial and see what the defense puts out there and see what the prosecution puts out there. And then you'll know where to look. You'll know if there's holes. You'll know where the holes are, and you'll know what questions to ask and where to go prodding. But until then, for people to be making assertions like Candace has made, and she has made them, and there's going to be tons of people clipping all of her assertions and claims that she has made and her accusations, and then comparing them to what she said today and how she pussed the fuck out and wouldn't back up any of her shit at all. And that's going to look really bad for her. So it's
Yeah, I
like,
think that your steel man was probably the
not one?
most charitable one that I could do as well. And seriously, the most charitable steel man that I could possibly think of here is, well, I'm allowed to say whatever I want on my show, and this is the way that I feel. I literally can't
Right.
think of anything else that was put forward besides, well, I feel this way, and then the pussying out of the Erica Kirk stuff. Like you said, she did a whole 3-part series on it. She's said it many times. Erica Kirk straight to jail. She's implicated. She's called her a Black Widow on many different occasions.
She's called her a Black Widow like at least a dozen times.
So like,
But
then,
today she acted like, I've never said that. It's like, come on. Who is more disingenuous? You know what I mean? And this is why I think that over the weekend, as people start reviewing this and clipping this and comparing it to what Candace has said on her show for 11 months, it's not going to look very good for her. I know that right now, because her audience is huge and a ton of them are probably in your chat going, Candace won, Candace W. They're all gonna, it's gonna shift. And this happens, how many times have we seen this happen with an Andrew Wilson debate where it will end and people will go, I don't know if this was so great for Andrew, I don't know. And then within a week, as people start reviewing, clipping, going back over it, it's like, oh, wait a minute here. And that's because everybody gives their emotional knee-jerk reaction based on, their perception of the people involved, their emotional feelings about whether they felt the debate was satisfying enough. And I'm in the camp with you and others who I was hoping for the big blowout moment. I was hoping to get to the meat on the bone and have our blood sports. And we wanted that. We were waiting for that. We were hungry for it, and it didn't happen. And I know that's a letdown. But if you just look at what actually happened today, I don't think you can, in any logical way, say Candace. What did Candace win? What did she defend? What did she prove? What did she do that would convince anyone who wasn't already on her team?
Yeah, I don't think that
But
was the idea that that Andrew was trying to get the wine mums over to our side, and this new sort of female coalition that's formed on the other side. Rach, I mean, last thing before I let you go,
Sure.
I spoke about this yesterday on stream. It's the thing that's annoying me so much. Before we talked about femcons over the years, especially we even talked about TPUSA being this femcon organization. Remember that heavily critical of the Nala Ray stuff, and then even Erica taking the role as CEO, that's questionable. These like women's leadership summits and everything like that. We've talked about this, but at least in those days, which feels like the good old days now, the women that were involved in the conservative movement were trying to mirror the men. They were trying to sound like Ben Shapiro or Michael Knowles or any of these sorts of people, and trying to like sort of fit in at the Mar-a-Lago cocktail parties. But now there's this open license for them to act like women, for them to actually be women on their streams, and like the sort of like lowest form of female communication techniques that are happening. And I think that this might be the biggest crime of them all. Like all of these Candace investigators that have now started their own channels, it is insufferable. It is nails on a chalkboard. What do we do about this? Is there anything we can do?
Gosh, what do we do? I'm not sure what we do, but like, I'll just say this. I think it's really funny watching all the Candace wine moms and Candace herself freak out about Andrew calling Erica retarded because it's like, first of all, it just proves that they kind of are leftists, and Candace is a leftist. I don't buy for a minute that she's this like red-blooded conservative now. I don't buy it for a second, for multiple reasons. But it's like, you just demonstrate, like, you can't even take a joke. You don't even laugh when Andrew says, well, of course, all women are retarded. Like,
Yeah,
of course I
that
called
was
Erica
funny.
retarded. I call my wife retarded. I've had people coming at me all week going, Andrew calls you retarded. And I'm like, well, I'm a woman. Like, yeah, of course. A man does not protect his woman because she is weak. He protects her because she is retarded, right? So it's like, first of all, they can't take a joke. Second of all, it's very tone deaf for all the people who are like, why is Erica Kirk in charge? And it's like, listen, Andrew's made kind of clear he thinks that's a bad idea. I think it's a bad idea. Do you know who else thinks it's a bad idea? Erica Kirk thinks it's a bad idea. But here's what people don't understand. It's not like she just has an obvious person to just hand over this gigantic organization to. Okay? And I'm not going to tell her business and I'm not going to say anything, but it's not that simple that she can just hand it to somebody and stay home. She's put in a terrible position that she did not want to be in, that I could easily see myself being in another life. Like if Andrew had gone like the Charlie route and something happened to him, I could be that person. And I wouldn't just be wanting to hand it over to anyone either, because who can you trust? And who do you know that you can just hand this to? It's not that simple. There's just so much to it, and there's so many people involved, and there's so much money involved, and there's people who aren't there can't understand it. So it's like this expectation that, like Candace said today, oh, she should just hand it over and stay home with the kids. Yeah, optically, that's great to say. I could say that, Andrew could say it, anybody could say it. Unfortunately for Erica, it's not that simple. And nobody wishes that it was that simple more than her. That's all I can really say about it.
I was watching have you seen the Rupert Murdoch, the Murdoch family documentary on Netflix?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
The wine mums in the chat will know what I'm talking about because they've exhausted the Netflix list. But no, so basically it's about how Rupert Murdoch built his whole empire. And one of the reasons why he went and built his empire, because he had this chip on his shoulder that when his father died, his mother handed over the reins of the empire to the people who were around the Murdochs and working for them, and then they basically squeezed them out, cut them out of the empire entirely. So then Rupert was like chip on his shoulder, and he went about building his own empire. So you do have to be very careful about who you hand the reins over to and who you hand over control to, for sure.
Yeah, basically it's exactly like that. Like, it's exactly like that, and it's just awful, the position she's in, and she doesn't want to be there, and she's being publicly tarred and feathered and torn to pieces. And Andrew and I are not people who are simping for women. We're not white knighting for women. We're not coming to every woman's rescue. And for those of you who don't know, when we were down there last month, I recorded a whole podcast with Andrew Colvett that was like, I want to say like 2.5 hours long. And he told me, he's like, it's probably going to take 2 or 3 months to get this out because we got this huge backlog. But he's like, we will put it out at some point. He's like, it's really great and I should have you back for a part 2. But he had me there to ask me specifically, what are your criticisms of TPUSA? What do you think about the Women's Leadership Summit? What would you do differently if you were queen of TPUSA tomorrow? If you were queen of America tomorrow, Rachel, what would you do? What changes would you like to see? And I told him. And I didn't go soft and I didn't go easy. Andrew also recorded a podcast with Andrew Colvett and we went to dinner and Andrew was like, dude, you were so hard on me, bro. You were like so hard on me. I didn't want to release it. He's like, I'm gonna release it. He said the same thing. It's gonna take a couple months. But he's like, I'll put it out. But he's like, dude, you just went so hard on me. Like, I feel stupid. Like.
I know the feeling.
But I know. So the whole fact that they were willing to have us out there and talk to us and get our feedback and get our opinions and let us really tell them what we thought, scored a lot of points with me. And on top of that, I will just point out, for anybody who thinks that Andrew and I are being paid by these people, that TPUSA hired us and put us up to this, that we're taking our $7K from Israel or whatever, just go look at Alex Clark's X, okay? Just go look at some of the TPUSA boss babes on X and see what they think of the Wilsons and see what they think of us working with TPUSA at all. It just coming down for one day to do a class. They were losing their shit, okay? A lot of that organization wants nothing to do with us because they want to continue on the path that they've been on. But there's kind of a fight for the heart of TPUSA right now. And if Andrew and I can make a good, compelling argument to them to push in a different direction, we're going to try. That doesn't mean they're paying us. That doesn't mean we're on any payroll. It doesn't mean we sold out or took any deal. That's nonsense. That's absolute garbage. So that's all I can say about it. But yeah, the whole Army sniper thing, that was my bad. It was a bimbo moment from 15 years ago. I wasn't trying to do any stolen valor. It's very silly. But that's all
look,
they
Rach,
could
if they're
find.
talking about bimbo moments from 15 years ago and everything, and if you have to sort of absolutely own everything that you've ever said online. Candace Owens does have this article that says, I think affairs are romantic, about how she talks about how great having affairs are and how romantic they are. It's like a spoken word poetry thing. So that was interesting. We reviewed that on stream yesterday, and there's a few others that she's written over the years. So if you want to be holding people to everything that they've said over the years, then I would be quite careful of that if I was Candace.
Yeah, well, her audience doesn't like to hold her feet to the fire on anything. So
yeah.
That's
all right,
probably not gonna happen. I did order her book though. I ordered Make Him a Sandwich yesterday, and I'm thinking I might do a book review.
Interesting. So. Cool. All right. Well, we'll be watching the Substack.
Thanks for having me on, Jake.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
thanks for having me on to just talk rest. About this stuff.
Maybe go on a holiday for once in a while. God bless. Godspeed to you guys, and I'll speak to you soon, Rich.
Thanks, Jake.
All right. See ya. All right. Where were we? Little call in. All right, a little bit behind on the super chats over here, guys, but thank you very much to Rach for calling in. Appreciate that. Always good to see what is going on behind the scenes there. Plenty going on by the looks of it. We are a little bit behind, though, I will say, on the super chat, so we'll just get into that real quickly. Didn't Candace break contract by doing ad homs against Andrew? I think that she cushioned it well enough. You want to know how Andrew did well? Anna Kasparian running her mouth on X, is she? Doesn't surprise me whatsoever. The new coalition, guys, over on X there. Understood. FDNY, I don't really know what this means. I didn't read your chat before, so I don't really know what you're talking about there. I think it's fair, Rachel. This is 14 years ago. They're going to drum up old stuff. However, it's also okay to admit saying these things was ignorant. Yeah, she said it's a bimbo moment. These things happen. Red Fox sent 50. Thank you very much, Red Fox. Appreciate that. Said, send in super chats and smash the like button. Where else are you going to get this sort of insider perspective? Only here on Rattlesnake TV, guys. She spent the whole debate trying to independent woman her way out of things. You're not my dad. You can't tell me what to think. Yeah, I'm not going to call him dad, even if there's a fire. Because she knew her cult would then only see smoky man misogynist BS. Honest and Open Combos said Miss Wilson is 100% correct. Andrew clearly won while holding back. He exposed that Candace is willing to implicate people in murder based on opinion without evidence. That's wild and toxic behavior. Yep. We'll see if any of the others come out now. It might smoke some of the others out now. Maybe Ian Carroll will finally do a debate on his perspectives. That would be just amazing, wouldn't it? Baron Coleman. Maybe he'll eventually debate. What's up, dude? What have I missed so far? The Rach call in, and we got like halfway through an opening statement. So we've got a bit to go over here, but good to see Grandmaster Sub-Zero. Would Candace have preferred the Bloodsport's version of AW? I think so. It would have been Piers Morgan and views would roll faster. No, she wouldn't have, because she just kept cutting him off the whole time. Candace's arguments was the meme of herself. You don't get to ask those questions. The most annoying part of this is that the Fed slop narrative is unfalsifiable. If you trust nothing, nothing is true, says Sniper Mike. 10 from Crimson says she's mad because Charlie Kirk left Hippie USA to his wife. I know this because she said Erica is not qualified to run it. Sure, maybe, but that wasn't her decision. Moorhead sent 20. Great to see Moorhead in the chat. Says, Miss D, now is your chance to enlighten us on Candace. Miss D has been great over the last week or so. Been helping out a lot. Grandmaster Sub-Zero says, I don't know if she did, honestly. I was at work while it was happening. I couldn't rewind it to hear what she was actually saying. She spurged a lot. Lot of spurging and woman prattle, that's for sure. She basically said that she is jealous that Erica is running the organization and wanted to say she could run it better. Pro Zilch for 20 says, Candace was won by popularity. Andrew win will come down the road when the seeds he planted take root, yes. That's a good call. You never been, Douglas Murray. You can't name all 7 charges, Candace Owens. People think that was a gotcha, a lost. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're going to do, guys. They can't argue on the substance of the debate, so they're going to go for the clips and moments and everything. The whole like not remembering the word aggravated is completely irrelevant. That does nothing to show that Tyler Robinson was a patsy, and it does nothing to show that the defense's case, the prosecution's case is overwhelming. Nothing. So we can safely ignore that as just a fallacy. Cole said, it was very telling when Candace refused to admit that Charlie would want to preserve TPUSA because she is destroying it. A lot of very telling things. Caleb says, seemed to me she maybe thought that Andrew was truly brought out by TPUSA and she may have felt he was trying to trap her into saying something that would get her sued, so she just backed out. Thoughts? No. She just didn't want to defend the claims because she can't. Yeah. That was just a total cop-out, the whole legal thing. She said it, guys. She said this a bunch of times on her show. They played clips of her saying it on her show. If they wanted to file a defamation suit or something like that, then they could file the defamation suit based on what she said on her show. So this whole legal thing is just a total and utter cop-out. The Candy losers in the chat saying Andrew lost, but not saying how definitely shows your room temp IQ. Yeah, they're going to be here. Well, we welcome them, guys. We welcome them. MT, Rachel, how can I get some stuff to you? It'll help you and Andrew better understand what Candace's issues with Erica is and how to get under her skin if you so choose. Send them to me. If I think that it's good material, I'll send it off to Rach. I've got you on X. I think we were talking on X DMs there, MT. I think I saw your message this morning. The reality is Candace wanted TPUSA all for her. She believed she was owed the TPUSA over Erica because Candace was and is still in love with Charlie and he ditched her for Erica. She resents her. Yeah, I don't see any hard evidence for that. I think it's just that's a speculation. It's a theory. And it's sort of like in the sort of speculation land that we don't really want to go into, to be fair. My favorite, sort of assigning motives and psychologizing and everything, we'll leave that to the Candy crew over there. My favorite moment was the 17 seconds of silence. I was dying. There was the silences were painful. I had to look away from the screen, guys. Whenever there was silences, when they were trying to wait for a clip or something, I was like, Rob, get the clip. Rob, I can't deal with this silence right now. Leningrad says, Candace had no arguments. Dodge only made insinuations. What's sad is that some people will still go to bat for her. That's who treats debates teams as a team sport. Yeah. MT says, did you hear that Epstein isn't guilty? If you can't name all 35 of his charges, you can't say he's guilty. So, case closed. Boss babe logic. So true. All right, now that we're through that, guys, far out. Should we get to the debate? We're an hour through. We're going to be here all day and all night.
Is until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that.
So Rach is asking who's trying to get her material here. So MT, you can DM it to me or her. Rach will probably see it if you DM it to her on X, but you can also, I've got the wrong headphones in. I don't have two headphones. You can also DM it to her. So if she doesn't get it, you can DM it to me.
When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great.
Like just the passive-aggressive stuff straight away. He was totally reasonable and diplomatic about it, reads out his statement, and you get it out of your system. And this is the sort of stuff that we see throughout the entire course of the debate. Insufferable. insufferable. But, you know, the women who watch Candace Owens will really love that sort of stuff, the bitchy stuff, because that's how they communicate.
Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I have obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo, and that's the reason why.
No, but that's what you have been saying, though. That's the part that you're missing here. That's actually, you have been saying that you've been having these dreams and that Charlie's been coming to you in your dreams. So that's why we say it, because you said it.
It's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of...
So that's not true. And I remember covering this at the time. That even when I thought that this sort of stuff might have legs to it, was diving into the conspiracy at the start. All right, let's sort of see what information we've got out there. Even at the time, when Bibi Netanyahu came out and did that defense where he said, people are saying that Israel, that's because Ian Carroll went viral right after Charlie Kirk died, saying that Israel had killed Charlie Kirk, like directly after. And then that's what Netanyahu was responding to, was that narrative. So I remember at the time that it didn't strike me as strange that he came out and said, I'm no Netanyahu fan, but he was responding to the stuff that was happening online.
Influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today.
I can't take the Israel. Israel? It's not important to the subject of the debate, but Israel?
But it has...
And I'm Australian, and I'm making fun of how people say things.
Been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came.
We actually could play debate bingo here, guys. I'd need to get up my bingo card, though. Misty, could you put it at the top of the chat, please, so I can get up my debate bingo? Because we did make a good debate bingo for this one. And I think that we might get bingo. You know? I think that it's definitely within the realm of possibility here. Sure, we'll get it to the top of the chat soon.
Today, I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, you know.
So I've seen some people attempting to clip this part up here and say that this is some sort of a major W for Candace here. Now, if Andrew says 75, 85%, it means that he's pretty convinced about it, you know? If it's on the 85% spectrum, he's pretty convinced about it. Like that would be, if I'm like 85% sure about something, I'm pretty overwhelmingly convinced of that thing compared to the remaining 15%, right? Candace Owens says that she's 0% sure. Now, when you take that in mind, you have to think about who is then going to be able to substantiate that better. If she's saying 0%, that would mean that the evidence that she would have to put forth that Tyler Robinson is a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk would have to be beyond overwhelming, to the point where there is literally not even a single seed of doubt. There's not even 1% chance that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Okay? So good luck framing that as a win for her.
That maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies.
Definitively no. And the projectile, she's talking about the exploding mark here. That's what she's talking about, okay? That's what she's talking about. That's what she's been talking about on her show. That's why she's going and doing all the investigation of the road mic pieces allegedly in the car and everything like that, okay? That's what they've been going with the whole time.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily.
So that's a claim and you have to substantiate that claim.
Closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence
so
that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
So there's the evidence on his side. The gun, the fact that it definitely could have dissipated on impact and that there was all of this trauma as well in other parts of the body. Candace is saying definitively 100% no, that this is not the case. Let's have a listen to her evidence.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of...
Yes, I recall. You're talking about...
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody's set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you
Logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Mm-hmm. Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. By
Sorry,
the
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
way. Yeah, I don't know.
So this is the passive-aggressive personal attack that, what? I'm confused about it, because she wants this to be a clip where people will take this and try and accuse Andrew of stolen valor. But Rachel explained it all to us before, so, we don't really need to get into it. We've already heard lots about this today, but just know that that's what the tactic is here, guys. Andrew described the sort of mechanics there of the gun and the fact that this is certainly possible, and he could go into more detail about that. Candace pivots then and then does the personal attack for the clip. No evidence.
Oh, 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mm-hmm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
but I want you to
start
respond
with
to
the
2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with
Strong
2
woman.
points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, you think there could be debris and dust. Yeah. He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
so
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
No, that's what he said at the start, that the DNA stuff is in dispute.
So say, I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun? They
named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs'
Would you
fingerprints?
like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
we must listen to the prattle all night long. Guys, the prattle is real in this one. I know. We have to suffer it together, though. Thank you to ND Will. for the Big 50 that says, you could tell how bad she wanted to ensure that the clips of her show weren't being circulated. She knows that the things that she's saying only appeal to her fan base, the cult, who are already in, and that people just seeing it makes her look insane. She certainly wasn't keen to answer for it, that's for sure. Apparently, moments of silence were the best. 223 to 224, Candace said Tyler can't be the one that committed the crime because he ate Chick-fil-A and never spoke about political or LGBTQ issues. Am I the only one that caught that? We'll get to it. EMAC Stack said for 20, Candace was there to promote her own personal brand of drama, forcing ads on us that were paid obscenely for. I know, gosh, the ads, guys, the ads. 300K wasn't enough. Andrew, however, was there to get to the bottom of the facts, none of which she bothered to present. Pretty much. Lenny says 0% belief that Tyler did it would mean that you know beyond any doubt that every piece of evidence is false, which is a very tall order to prove, one that she couldn't prove. Joseph says nothing for 10. Lenny says if there was a receipt that gives him an all right alibi, it would be the first thing in the prelim trial. She's demolishing her own claim. And also we have got one more here. Craftsman says a 5. Tyler also, hold on a second. Tyler also had the most DNA on the weapon, also degraded. There is a reason she doesn't understand per capita. Before we carry on, guys, I just want to put my Stream Elements link, because I forgot to do that at the start. I think you can only do PayPal via Stream Elements, but that's fine. I'm going to put that at the top of the chat here. And if you've got something that you really want to bring up in the moment, that's the best way to do it. If you can send a dono through Stream Elements, because it does pop up on screen straight away, anything 20 and up. So that's pinned at the top of the chat there. Brother, is my writing that bad? You stumble all over that 50, JP. I mean, it's just, I don't read so good. You know, I just noticed her smoke detector. Low battery alarm wasn't chirping the entire debate. Dragon Fist for 10 says, Candace took the money, then would barely engage. Bad faith. Pretty much. All right, I need to take a toilet break, guys, but I'm just going to keep this playing because this is, as you can see, the Crucible stream here. And I'm confident that the Crucible aren't going to take any legal action against me for doing this. But I'm going to go to the toilet quickly and I'll be back, but this is going to keep playing.
Go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy,
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the Patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could
Oh,
we?
because you don't land the plane, sweetie. That's what's going on. It's a simple question. How do you get to the Patsy part? Okay, you've got your inference here, but what's the logical chain here that gets from X to Y? Okay, that's what we need to know. We don't want the woman prattle. We want to know how you get to the Patsy part.
Get to the Patsy part.
Okay,
if I can't
I'll
get
wait,
to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence.
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
Patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But
places.
it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links
You
in.
didn't say must be Patsy? What? What? That's the whole crux of your argument. You're 0% convinced Tyler Robinson shot the gun. Okay? 0%. You're here to defend that it's overwhelming that he's a patsy. So yes, you did say that. What?
To Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back.
I mean, you would want to move on because you can't explain it. You haven't explained it.
To your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no,
hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's
behavior.
very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is
How can she possibly be making this argument of hearsay here when that's like the whole basis of what she's doing? All she's doing is hearsay.
a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if
yeah,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than
put
a fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way.
The bullet.
Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile.
Really? And then it goes on to say, the medical examiner also observed hemorrhaging around Charlie Kirk's heart, both of his lungs, and in subarachnoid space in the cerebellar vermis. My biology class is coming back in handy here, guys, that I did super well in. And the parietal regions of Mr. Kirk's brain. When the bullet struck Mr. Kirk, Officer Chris Bagley of the UVU Police was stationed on the south end walkway of the roof of the Hall of Flags above. Mr. Kirk's canopy, based on his experiences with firearms, Bagley believed that the bullet came from a rifle fired from the position east of Mr. Kirk's canopy.
What they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to
Tyler
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was saying,
but not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again,
So once again, guys, in case you haven't noticed, the argument that's being put here again is the appeal to "you're not my dad." Okay, so I guess that's what she's going with. I love that still frame. How good's that still frame, guys? How good is that still frame? You can't tell me what to think. No, I'm not telling you what to think. You can literally say whatever you want on your show. You can go down any sort of rabbit hole that you'd like to go down. What we're trying to get is the logic of what you're saying. So how do you arrive at the conclusion? Because you're making an inference. Give us the logical steps, the path to how you get there, to the conclusion. We're not saying that you can't say it. We just want to know how you substantiate the things that you're saying. You're not my dad, okay? You're not my dad. I'm not going to call him dad, even if there is a fire. Sniper Mike said, chirp. Rach said, sitting here with the three youngest kids explaining the debate. Youngest says, did they mention Bofar? I asked what that is, and all three yelled, Beaufort is nuts, and erupted laughter. The kids got me. Protologist says for 5, Andrew, do you have any evidence? Candace, I feel. That's pretty much the debate. Sadly, in order to hear your great debate analysis, I have to torture myself again listening to her. We're doing it together, okay? Doing it together. I think the big takeaway from the debate is that Andrew publicly said most women are arse-slurred, which was the phrase heard around the world. W, yeah. People will finally know, guys. People will finally know. How does this show he's a patsy? Even if you can't figure it out, I can't help you, basically. Yeah. It doesn't, guys. And not only, I know I sound like a broken record here, but she's saying 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did not pull the trigger, okay? Andrew gave more of like a sort of tempered response, saying 75 to 85% he believes. He's pretty overwhelmingly convinced about it all, you know? She said 0%. So then in order for us to arrive at that, okay, well, there's absolutely zero chance, there's no doubt that Tyler Robinson did not pull that trigger. She has to walk us through the logic of it, okay? How did you get there? But that's not happening. We understand that you're saying it, and we understand that you can turn on your cameras and you can say whatever you want, but now we want to know the in-between, the how you got from A to Z.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off. outside of, no, that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
But
I'm
have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up.
Pull
Pull
up
that up.
1102.
I am
Get there
doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did.
Okay.
I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the audience what
Yes.
Rule 1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up.
This is somebody who doesn't understand basic language, basic debate. Andrew, you have to actually take the things that people are saying and argue on what they're actually saying. Okay? He never said you don't have a right to say these sorts of things. Okay? Maybe her audience would listen to that and be like, yeah, that's what he said, even though he never said it. Maybe they also feel like he said that. She feels like he said that. Maybe they also feel like he said that. But the thing is, he didn't say that, which we can see.
Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
She feels like it. Let me give you guys a little spoiler alert, because that's how she feels.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
No, I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
That's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is...
You're just saying that that's 100% what happened. She's not saying that we should go with the idea, just that it's 100% what happened. This is a tough watch, guys. This whole debate was a really, really tough watch. You know, it's trying to like squeeze that last bit of toothpaste out the tube or something like that. Based Hooligan said a large audience was introduced to debate today. A crowd so used to emotion and rhetoric is completely unable to view this objectively. It's honestly kind of blackpilling. It is a little bit, for sure. Candace loses a game of tic-tac-toe playing against herself. Did you see what Israel did to me?
Oh, I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the floor?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named.
Let's have a listen to that again.
Get a fact check on that. Can we something that looked like his car pulled in Twitter that what you're accepting it, and they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that?
All right. So, once again, guys, we have to be looking at the things that people say as they are, not as how we imagine that they should be, as we feel that they are, or anything, just as they are, okay? So Candace has said that Andrew's Twitter post here was about a car that looked like Tyler Robinson's, and that's what got him so overwhelmingly convinced. And now watch the burden shift, or watch the narrative that she's sort of conveying here shift.
Pull up his tweet where he goes over the floor.
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was...
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find to be compelling evidence.
You just said you didn't say it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, when I'm talking about making inference, this is the most, I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow, what a scientific... They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were changing
idea
their
that
clothes?
On a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But even if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the Fed evidence right.
Pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image.
So, guys, first of all, it's like a throwaway tweet, something that we've replied in the comments. It's got 427 views and 8 likes. But anyway, despite that, she's still wrong about this. Because remember, at the start there, she claimed that Andrew's whole basis for evidence here was about a car that looked like Tyler Robinson. That's not even what this tweet says. The tweet says the car, Robinson getting out of it, the fact that he's seen 4 other times on camera, the DNA on the roof, and the screwdriver he left behind. He just lists out a few pieces of evidence. So even the fact that they brought this fact check up and this random throwaway tweet, she's still wrong about it.
Robinson getting out of it, you have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is.
It
You
is
can
what
even
you
pull
said.
your own.
We went through it, guys, at the start there. That's what she said.
I say that.
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So these,
Why are you pivoting? But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the.
I mean, you can laugh all you want. We just went through it. I paused it at the start and said, this is what she said. That Andrew said that the evidence was overwhelming because of a car that looked like Tyler Robinson. Okay? That's not what he said. She's lying.
The tweet aspect here was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
So, like the passive-aggressive, bitchy stuff again, okay? You actually definitely were going to ask if he's okay because you do that all the time. Are you okay? Like, you definitely were going to ask that? Watch.
Evidence
Are you?
itself.
Are you?
Yes,
Caught herself. Had to catch herself.
I'm okay. Anyway, back to the
Wasn't gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
God, insufferable. Oh, it's insufferable, guys. He's a more patient man than me, I tell you what.
I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay.
But
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but back
saying
to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that
time.
tweet.
If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter
Inside a
was
bagel shop.
like the
Reading
hard
with a
evidence
smart
that convinced you
temper.
was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate
what you
claim.
said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence.
Need to bring it up, guys. I just don't have it on my soundboard yet, but it's just so necessary right now. It's just so necessary right now. Sorry, but I need to do it. It's how we're all feeling.
Is it okay for women to say, oh, you're 5 feet on dating sites? You should be dead? That's okay?
It's how we're all
That's
feeling.
you here, nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites. You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same smirk with the biting lip. Shut your mouth. You're not God or my father.
We're all feeling the same way, guys. It's this biting, the smirk with the biting lip. Okay, I need to get it. I need to get that on my soundboard. I do. I admit it. I need to get it on my soundboard. But it's the energy we're all feeling. You know.
Evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive,
Go
even
ahead.
though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so
Andrew, stop being specific. Far out. Stop being specific. It's giving, okay? It's giving.
I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy
theorists. That's literally what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because, A, Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it.
think
If you
that's
And by
have
the
it,
not
you
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see
some
me on the staircase?
Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead. You're
Hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitude.
Candace, you're the one who says you have dreams. Okay? Is what do we call that, like a self-report, a self-own? You're the one who says you have dreams about things and then you develop your theories. And stop looking at Patrick Bet-David for validation, by the way. Okay? It's kind of cringe. Every time she does anything, she'll look at Patrick Bet-David and try and get validation. It's like...
of evidence of
Look,
blurry
watch.
footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
he
texting.
didn't tweet it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
So she's going with the whole Lance Twiggs is hearsay and everything. So his testimony there isn't going to be used at trial. And she's saying, yeah, no, the hearsay, we can't really do that. Now, I want you guys to imagine for a second that actually what happened was that Lance Twiggs testified on behalf of the defense and said, don't think that that's Tyler Robinson. Do you think that Candace would be so quick to dismiss it? No, that's hearsay. Sit with that for a moment, guys. Just what do you think these people would do with that information if Lance Twiggs came out at the trial and said, nah, doesn't look like Tyler to me. I don't think it was him.
And
Which means
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out.
That either.
Because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay.
Big oof. Big oof. So you want to ask, Andrew, how would you possibly infer, how would you infer this? Like, how would you arrive at this conclusion that you think that is Tyler Robinson? You have him on the campus many times throughout the day. You have his car. You have confessions to the lover. And in the confessions, it says, look at the pictures from the surveillance footages. It was me. I'm serious. Guys, how Candace gets there, how Andrew gets there.
I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the time.
So now are you going to concede, Candace?
Saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well.
There
you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. Mm-hmm. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the
it
overwhelming
was.
majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite scientific.
Sounds like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like? Let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. Yes,
okay.
That's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all.
And what are the things?
How many times did you? I mean, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature, there's a reason why they swear you in and they say you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So,
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be
not an exhaustive list of all the things
well,
that I
that's
find
not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
Wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do?
I think we've got the ad breaks now, or soon anyway.
A quick ad break.
I'm
Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea.
Great. Obnoxious Blight said, Candace was deeply in love with Chuck. It was absolutely one-sided. Chuck's passing broke her mentally and she's lashing out. I have no evidence for this and will not attempt to provide any. You're not my dad. Thank you. Macy said, why is she using FBI evidence to prove that FBI is setting Tyler up as a patsy? TJ says, Jake, are you a little embarrassed you used to like her videos and appearances? I know I'm embarrassed that I did. You just can't trust women for political analysis, and she made me realize that. Fraud. Not really, to be honest. Like, they were pretty good, to be fair. Like, when she's fighting in the culture war and doing things that benefit the right, benefit conservatives, and going to the college campuses and making the lefties on there look stupid, and going to these, like, big black events and saying to them, hey, listen, you guys should get off of the Democrat plantation. Like, that stuff's pretty based, you know? It's pretty based. So, like, you know, not really. Like, I think you can look at that body of work that she had before and say that was good. I'm not just going to say that everything that she's ever done is bad because I disagree with her about this stuff. So let's get past this ad break. Long ad breaks, eh?
Now, just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text.
Guys, is Stream Elements bugged, by the way? If someone can maybe try sending a text-to-speech in Stream Elements, it's 20 up. I just need to know if Stream Elements is bugged, boys. I think it's bugged.
Conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So, yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence. And this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay.
Someone says here, tell Andrew to control his legs better. I have a similar tics. I have really restless legs. Like I shake them now. You guys might even, I don't know if you guys can hear the squeaking of my chair. Maybe it's because I drink too much coffee before these streams. But I noticed this when I was in podcasts that I would play with my hands a lot. Like I'd be constantly playing with my ring, constantly playing with my hands and everything. And then people had to tell me you need to stop doing it because it's so distracting. So you don't notice when you're doing this sort of stuff. You're focused on the conversation.
Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note on.
So it's giving, basically. Yeah, it's giving. It's giving vibes.
Because and burn this and get rid of the evidence, but don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession.
So a nut job who just goes and climbs up on a roof, has a transferee boyfriend, and goes and kills somebody in broad daylight. You think that their mental faculties are too great to do something like sending a retarded text message? Okay.
Felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes.
But my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you
fastest.
see how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it, that's true, but there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying...
We get it. We get it. The intuition, the feels, the vibes it's giving, but then we need the logical pathway, though. We need the logic and the reason behind it all.
Things, it's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending...
feelings and just asking questions so far.
Text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was
So just speculation.
His boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these.
You remain totally 100% convinced of the other because you said 0% that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. He's 100% a patsy. I remain unconvinced isn't good enough.
Text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think...
Except the defense didn't even go after this. This wasn't even one of the points that they went after. They basically just accepted the text messages.
Anyone, even if someone was selling like pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, I didn't actually?
I don't think I can deal with the rest of this section, guys. I'm going to go into the other cross-examination here because it's just too much for me. There's just so much prattle in that section.
Talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
All right. So, By the way, the position has pretty much always been that like none of us really care about people trying to pick apart the narrative and everything. If you are unconvinced that Tyler Robinson is the killer, and if you think there are a lot of strange anomalies and that you definitely think that there's reasonable doubt, I actually think that that's a pretty fair position to take. You know, I wouldn't really have that much argument. I'm pretty convinced of it from what I've seen. But if somebody says to me, no, I think that there's enough reasonable doubt, sure. I don't even think that that's like an unfair position to take. What we really want to get to is the other positions. We want to understand what the positive evidence is, not the feelings, not the vibes, nothing like that. We want to understand what the positive evidence is for the other positions that she's taken. It's about the Egyptian planes. It's about Fort Huachuca. Don't think we got to that. It's about Israel being involved. It's about Erica Kirk being complicit, which she said many times. A Black Widow. Black Widows kill people. She's definitely 100% insinuating that Erica Kirk was involved in Charlie's death. Also with the TPUSA people as well, we want to know what the evidence is for these claims. This is where the big problem happens. Mike NYC for 5, thank you, sir. BB the Aussie said, not answering directly, over-talking, gaslighting and virtue signaling on top of being paid to perform an ad revenue in breaks was not surprising from Candy. Yeah. You should debate the dude from the Black Line Brief. I don't know who that is. JD says, so the other fingerprints pulled the trigger. Was Papa there too? Silverback says, it's not impossible to think that Tyler trusted Lance enough to confess too. She's something else. For the Candace fans in chat complaining about interrupting, according to Grok, Candace took 59% of talking time compared to 39% for Andrew. All that yapping for a whole bunch of nothing. Yeah. Another Lord here says she doesn't accept any evidence the prosecution brought up, but expects everyone to accept her feelings in lack of evidence. The double standard is real.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
So this is the part where we were really interested in. Now, if I had to do the boxing analogy that I like to do, guys, oftentimes you'll watch guys like Canelo and Mayweather, for example. They'll get into the boxing ring, and for the first 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds, they're going to be getting reads on their opponents because they're high-level combat athletes. And the people who don't really know much about boxing will get in there and be like, they're losing the fight, they're losing the fight. They might concede a few rounds at the start when they're getting a read on their opponent. But I've seen this happen a lot of times when a Canelo or Tyson Fury or something. And then towards the end, the back half, once they've got the reads on their opponent, that's when they start throwing punches. So when I was watching it, I was like, all right, well, the first bit there, you know, there's definitely disputed things and there are things that are in contention and all of that, but it's not really the substance of what we want to get into with this debate. Now it begins.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to...
Andrew's like, ugh. Andrew's like, I'm trying to be as nice and good faith as possible. I'm just going to ask the questions, and I've already told you that if they're too loaded, you don't have to answer them yes or no. You can give a more long-winded response. But I'm just going to ask you questions about the things that you've said, and let me explain.
Direct answer.
What's his face?
So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed...
It's the Ben Affleck meme of him smoking the cigarette. Ugh.
To debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
Well, this is a meta conversation.
Right,
we're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? Okay. So this part to me feels like
this is purely psychologizing. It is woman prattle of the highest degree. Meta conversations about the conversations about his motives and everything. Or you could just answer the questions. But this is obviously her tactic going in here. She wants to filibuster and basically stonewall as much as possible, despite the fact that she received $300,000 to do this.
So am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
If
ask you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to answer
And if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it.
just so we're clear, 'cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Just talk about transcendentals.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs' DNA in the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy
So yeah, and now it's going into the energy, guys. So she refuses to answer the question, which is just a simple no. Like, as far as you know, then no, there's no DNA for him. I mean, it could come out later that his DNA was on the rifle. Sure, it could come out, but as far as you know, no. But instead of answering the question, we have to talk about Andrew's energy. Okay.
we can't say that for certainty. I actually
You can
I,
say
just,
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay.
familiar.
You're not my dad. I don't like your energy and your vibes, and I'm just going to stonewall you. Women.
With
But-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually
That
already
you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and
Fishtail split tip $20. Yup, I think it's broken, my lord. Here's a tip for putting up with the prattle.
Thank you, Fishtail. Gosh, guys, I was thinking that Stream Elements was broken, but Fishtail comes in with the 20. So you guys, if you want to do a text-to-speech direct there, you can go to the Stream Elements link, which is pinned in the chat.
I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
So hearsay? Could that fall under the banner of hearsay? You heard it from somebody else in France, that we don't know who that somebody else is. There's no actual evidence for it, but trust me, bro, I heard it. Ooh, okay.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls
My evidence is that I said so.
and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds, and then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people, and that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said
Why would you think that he's trying to embarrass you by just asking you about the things that you've repeatedly said?
FDNY 101,202 tip $20. Just want to point out that she says it's a conversation, but the title for video still says debate, and she reported that a threat to the federal government she doesn't trust.
Good point there. It is definitely 100% a debate. And thank you to Russell for reading that. We've got an Australian reading it out, Russell. But thank you very much, FDNY.
Yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
yes,
me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
I think this is what the chatter was referring to before. Let's go back here a little bit.
Trying to establish
positive evidence whatsoever.
Involved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe...
I saw Stephen Crowder talking about this before, and he was like, yeah, they didn't speak about LGBT issues. They were just banging each other.
That he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
What? I literally can't understand how she brought up Chick-fil-A. Well, can somebody explain? I literally have no idea what she's talking about.
Because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe...
What, you mean there was Israelis and Israeli cell phones around Charlie Kirk and TPUSA, one of the biggest pro-Zionist organizations in the entire country? Shocker.
Maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened.
I actually don't think that she understands what positive evidence is. And that's why she's getting so flustered and annoyed by this and basically panicking here. That now, if she had less pride, because she's so unbelievably prideful, it's crazy. If she had less pride in this moment, she'd be like, okay, well, what do you mean by positive evidence? Because I'm speaking about evidence here, and it's like my intuition and the dots that I'm putting together and everything. But positive evidence would be like actual evidence that would prove a fact happen or prove something happened. So you'd need to point to things that prove X or Y actually happened, okay? Like, for example, Just say the footage of Tyler Robinson was totally 4K and he was walking up that would be positive evidence that he was on the campus, right? So these are the sorts of things that we're talking about. So positive evidence, something that proves that Israel was involved rather than just speculation and conjecture based upon the vibes that you're getting.
Which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. Mm-hmm. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie's shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a
threat. So long story short, to answer the question, no. No. I don't have any positive evidence. That would be the best thing to say. No. I'm speculating. And look, it would actually have gone a lot better for her here if she actually did say that. She's like, look, I don't have any rock solid positive evidence about this. So the answer to that is no. But, based upon X and Y thing, I think that there's a chance that the Israelis were involved, right? And you've got smart people who also think that, and they think that there's like motive there, and they think that there's some weird anomalies there. You've got the Harrison Smith tweet. You've got Charlie Kirk saying that he's going to turn his back on the Jewish donors, and he's going to have to leave the pro-Israel cause. You could establish something. You'd be like, look, I don't have positive evidence, but there might be motive there, and I think that there's reason enough to suspect that this could be something that requires further questioning. But no, I don't have any positive evidence. That would have been a good faith take.
That a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie?
So wrapping up the Israeli thing, no, she doesn't have any positive evidence. But yeah, it's kind of annoying because even a guy like Tim Gordon, for example, he's pretty convinced that there's an Israel angle there, and there are certainly some things that are a little bit odd, but that's all speculation, and it's okay to sort of just say, look, no positive evidence, but it's speculation. I think that there are some things that should be investigated further. And if I had to steelman a case for her, or steelman the case for the people who think that there might be some Israeli involvement, it would be the Harrison Smith texts. So let's get to the bottom of them, even though Harrison Smith went on her backroom podcast or whatever and cooked her. But anyway, there's that. There's the fact that Charlie said that he was going to leave the pro-Israel cause. This could have caused some sort of a backlash if he's gotten hundreds of millions of dollars from Zionist donors, and then he turns his back on the messaging, which is not why they gave him the money. You could have that angle, for example. I'm not sure about what all of the evidence is about the Hamptons and everything, but if there is good evidence there that there was a big dispute about Charlie's position on Israel and there was a big fight going on with him and all these Zionists, then, if you're looking at an investigation into a murder, you could say, well, perhaps these guys had motive. That's something that needs to be investigated more. When Joe Kent was talking about foreign involvement, the cell phones on the ground, all these sorts of things. But no, I don't have any positive evidence. This is me speculating based on a bunch of different anomalies. So it could have gone a lot smoother if she wasn't so combative with her back up against the wall like this.
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that.
So we're on TPUSA now.
Participated in the murder. The AI'd photo on the president.
This is the worst part by far, because her whole thing has been that Charlie was a part of the Truman Show and that everybody around him betrayed him. She's been going for the jugular of Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff and Erica Kirk and all these people. So you'd think that there'd be some evidence here.
Feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video. want to play.
Yep.
involvement. My guess, via whom? My guess is Pierre Carica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also know involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
France and Israel involved, putting it out there in full confidence. I don't need to say any more. Let's hear the evidence for this. Full confidence. Remember, guys, Tyler Robinson, 100% not the killer, 100% a patsy. France and Israel involved with full confidence. Okay, so if you're going to say something with full confidence, you'd want to have some evidence for that.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I've just done.
Opgamer tipped $50. The issue with Candace is she literally comes to conclusions by process of elimination, and whatever is left over is her finding. Where positive evidence tells you something objectively, right away. She filters what's said, through her phrasing.
Spot on. Thank you very much for the 50 over there on Stream Elements. Appreciate it. We're actually getting that Stream Elements done. It's so much better when the chat is read on screen, don't you guys think? And it's like, it can be more relevant when you want to get a point in. I much prefer that. Yeah. Process of elimination. Kind of, yeah, but just process of whatever the vibes sort of tell. And it's also very selective as well. Like, they don't use the same level of rigor in picking apart their own evidence as they do for the state's evidence, for example. Thank you very much, O.P. Gam.
Tell you.
OP
Yes,
Gamer.
I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive.
So she's just saying it's annoying. It's giving me the ick when you say positive evidence. That's like so icky and shit. Is it giving you the ick, really? Okay. Is it like annoying? Smoky man bad? What are we doing here?
Evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue
positive
then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think.
You actually took $300,000 and you said that you would defend all of your positions. So yes, technically you actually do. Technically you actually do. Insufferable. Absolutely insufferable. Where are we at with this one? High Plains said, remember this, lads. If a girl you take out on a date ever tells you she loves Candace Owens, chances are she'll make a false allegation against you. Yeah, guys. Honestly, I think that this is an incredible barrier for entry here. If you're dating a chick and she watches Candace Owens, get out of there straight away. Straight away. Well, C for 10 says, my lord, this is also a question for Malali, but does she sound like someone who's been legally coached on avoiding a defamation suit whilst towing the line? Maybe, but like, I mean, there's so much subject matter in her show. Was it on one of your streams this week where Joe Kemp was named as CO government source? We did cover that yesterday. As Candace Owens' government source, yeah. Because that Mitch Snow guy came out and said that he vetted her. That Joe Kent vetted him before he came on Candace's show. Did a great job. Problem is that Candace is too stupid to debate against. She legitimately can't comprehend the concept of what a fact is, so she's dragging everything out past the point of intelligible conversation. Yeah. Spot on, Caleb. Well, if you was watching my show, Raggedy Man, Andrew did an awesome job, but was a little disappointed he didn't drive the point home that the Robinsons' own defense does not even contest the text messages of Robinsons. Yeah. And I'm disappointed that Fort Huachuca didn't come up either. If you watch my show, my grandpa told me one time, if you throw enough crap at a wall, something might stick. And now I can say, I told you so. Jake, if another nation was responsible for taking out CK, wouldn't that be an act of war against the US, given CK's influence? It's not a logical position. I mean, technically, you would look at it that way, but then you've also got other events throughout history that have been committed. We're not going to go into them in detail, but by the Israelis on Americans, USS Liberty, and other things that probably might have been seen as an act of war as well. So I think it kind of depends who did it, really. Like, if it was Iran, for example, like Iran wouldn't have the necessary government coverage to be able to like hold any leverage. So yes, there would be an act of war, but can't say that about the little state. C. Emu King says for 20. Candace, if you don't count video, DNA, murder weapon ballistics, motive, text messages, and multiple confessions, there is zero evidence against Tyler Robinson. See, the emus over there are not so stupid. Like, that's why we lost the war to them.
I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things.
It's psychologizing going on again, guys. Psychologizing and asserting. She's asserting things. You lost, and because I said that, it must be true. And I'm going to psychologize you and think this is your motives rather than just answering the questions that you've been asked.
That I have said that I think, which I can do.
They're pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate.
It's 100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to think.
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's my podcast.
Say,
what's the fallacy?
Whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing it.
I think that when this is all said
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process.
Holy shit! To have a woman like Candace Owens debating is like unwatchable, unbearable. You can't tell me what to think. I had to think. No one's telling you that you don't have a right to think or anything like this. Okay, just asking you questions about the very things that you've said on your show, and then asking what the evidence is. It's really not that deep.
I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that tens of thousands?
Sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Professor Wilson, you picked the wrong day. Because we be asking questions. Professor Wilson, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Here's why.
Laugh at my own jokes. Look at Patrick Bet David for approval.
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Here's why
it's not
I think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm asking very pertinent
You're sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
I don't even understand he sounds like a professor? Do you mean like maybe he sounds like a detective, or he sounds like a lawyer or something like that, but a professor? What do you mean? Like he's giving you like a lecture or something to be charitable? Like, what do you mean you sound like a I don't get that. Does anyone get that? I don't know.
sound
You
very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just didn't
literally-
say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind
it.
of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually
let's just go
focus
through every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever
Yeah.
clip.
Yeah, so meta conversations about his motives and trying to psychologize him as much as possible and not answering the questions, and then like all these little clips and everything, and basically straw manning his position, not accurately representing what he's trying to do, and then let's get to the next one. Absolutely shameful performance.
Whatever
what?
it is
Yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information? Because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mm-hmm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And I
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
But when
government.
you did,
Could be because it's bullshit and they don't want to follow up on it because it's bullshit. It could be. With all of the evidence that we've got, which is no evidence, it's just as reasonable to say that it's because it's just bullshit.
Question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and then I'm going to bring it
Okay.
to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to. I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the
So hearsay.
assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the men.
Yeah, look, I mean, from my vantage point, I think it's possible. And it's not possible as in like it's possible that Wolverine could exist on a different planet, because logically that's possible. But there is a fair few bits of like circumstantial evidence and everything, not necessarily positive evidence, but a fair few anomalies that you could look at and be like, this requires further questioning. I'm not convinced that Israel's not involved. But the problem is, and this is why it's very important to be careful with words. It's what Jordan Peterson always used to say. Just pick your words very carefully. The problem is when you say that you are in total confidence that Israel and France are involved. That's the big problem, right? Now, I have absolutely no problem with people saying that they're not convinced that they're not involved, and I think it's a kind of a fair position, if I'm honest. And there could be something that comes out in the future about that, but the whole total confidence thing, that you have to be really careful with your words. So this was like a fight, I thought, that could have gone so much easier if Candace Owens had have just been a little bit more like open about this and had have just been a little bit more good faith about it and just said, no, look, I don't have all of this positive evidence that you want me to have. And perhaps I misspoke when I said full confidence. I don't have full confidence, but I've got confidence that Israel's involved. It would have gone so much smoother. It didn't have to be this big sort of like fist fight. Ryan Kruger sends a big 100. Thank you very much. Extremely generous of you. Says, I actually think PBD started asking Candace questions because he recognized Candace was being bad faith and was trying to pull some answers out of her since she wouldn't engage with Andrew's line of questioning. Have a brewski on me, Jake. Thank you for your good work. I'll be having a few on you with that. I'll be having a few. Appreciate that though, Ryan. Legend. This is the third time I watched this. It was great, and in the sense that... have we read that? Evidence that she left his tactic... Oh, yeah. In the sense that it proves she likes to make claims without evidence, she is still using leftist tactics to take down the right wing because ma feels. And the same person, a crafty Huragok, says she took the money. All her media conversation are irrelevant and stalling BS. Thank you very much for the donos. Appreciate that. Let's carry on with this.
many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe that there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
Hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because it
just doesn't even mean anything. What about Mitch Snow? I mean, if you want to say, well, I dropped this text and this text, so now you have to trust me every time that I say I have a source. No, we're going to just examine each individual claim that you make based upon what we can see, okay? If I wanted to, I could just level the same argument and be like, Mitch Snow was a total con man and that was all bullshit. So no, I don't trust any of your sources.
Like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually... Hang on. I'm almost done.
How would that talking to PVD?
How would that legitimize... Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it, so let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just saying what I think and collecting evidence.
Aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
that's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's his prerogative.
isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think...
just run with that the whole time. You're saying that I'm not allowed to do inferences. I don't have a right to think. Like, no one ever said that, and you've said it like 20 times in this debate. Ugh. It's like smashing your head against a wall.
That he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm ground zero. I'll be fair with you. Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there.
Guys, can somebody test out Stream Elements for me? Because Vinny's just come in clutch and said that he's moved the he's moved the chat thing so it actually comes up on screen so you can read the whole thing. So if anybody could be kind enough to test out these stream elements, that would be very, very handy so we can see if it's working. JD says, you dropped photos, evidence. I have. I can't wait for the trial. I will never watch her content. Throw poo-poo on the wall. Love that. We can, with total confidence, say for 300K, Andrew was indeed in charge. Yep. So the real question, Jake, after watching this, do you think she's all grift or she fully believes her narrative or a little bit of both? I think that they're in too deep, honestly. I think they're convincing themselves that they believe this sort of stuff, and it's just like a contrived narrative. Like the sunk cost fallacy is a real one, and they're in so deep now that it's like the atheists, like your Richard Dawkins, for example. I think that it was Richard Dawkins, but perhaps it was another one of the atheists that someone said, well, what evidence would you need to be convinced of God? Well, he's like an 80-year-old man who spent his whole entire life rallying against the idea of a God. So someone said, well, what if Jesus came down to you on a cloud and said, I'm real, Richard Dawkins, I'm real? He'd say, well, no, I think that I probably wouldn't believe it because I'd think that it's like I'm having some sort of like a psychotic delusion. And it's like, well, at some point people are so dug in and the sunk cost is so deep that they nothing you can tell them will convince them. The plot just thickens.
Yeah, sure. They could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
Unbelievable. The absolute and utter cowardice. Easily the worst moment of the whole debate here. Easily the worst moment of the whole debate. Like, you have made these inferences constantly. You've called Erica Kirk a Black Widow. You did the whole 3-part series about the bride of Charlie. You've gone into it in massive detail. You said that they all betrayed him, that they were all complicit. And now you're going to walk it back?
Well,
I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the...
that doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
Yeah, they ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of...
gravity, what them...
Yeah. Could also just ask
and so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if...
The real ones know, guys. I mean, you watch this sort of stuff and it's like it's just such child's play, honestly. Like, how would that even follow? The performance, that means that Erica, like, why would that follow that Erica Kirk is complicit? So yes, she does say that Erica Kirk is complicit, and it's not complicit in anything but the murder of Charlie. That's like, obviously.
Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and
tell
debate.
me.
So
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because
She actually did, by the way.
I don't know. Just
She did. Saying that Erica Kirk's stylist hates her and stuff. Like really feeding red meat to the female audience there.
it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is
a
that
lot
then
of sentences.
you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this
Complicit in it being weird? What?
confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand how.
Why? Oh my gosh. How, guys, I'm sure people are picking up on this double standard here. She's criticizing Erica Kirk for having such confidence in a claim that she's making about Tyler Robinson, right? When she's literally doing the exact same thing on the other foot, saying with 100% certainty she thinks that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and did not kill Charlie Kirk, and then she has no evidence to back it up. When she could have easily just gone and had a more humble approach to it and be like, I don't think that this is what happens. I think it happened. I think there's reasonable doubt. But no, that doesn't get you all the clicks and attention and all of the, basically drama hose.
Would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and...
So then why is she a Black Widow, Candace? Why is she a Black Widow? Now, we've got a lot of cantards in the chat today, guys.
Level out, come on!
And I feel for you guys. I really do. I mean, a lot of them, they've been constantly spurging out this whole thing, which is quite entertaining to see, actually. Constantly spurging out. Jake's this, Jake's a Zionist and a shill, and, Jake's this and that. Da, 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 da. Okay. Okay. I mean, if you watch this and you think that Candace Owens, if you can watch this and say Candace Owens has never sort of implied that Erica Kirk was complicit in the murder of her husband whatsoever, or TPUSA, anything like that. She's just saying that she was complicit in saying that Tyler Robinson was guilty. But no. There was never a narrative here that Erica Kirk did anything. And this whole industry on YouTube that people have been creating where it says Erica Kirk exposed and she's a demon in the eyes and all of these sorts of things. If you can look at all of that and say, well, no. No one was ever saying that she was complicit in the murder. Okay. By all means, be my guest. You stay over there, I guess. Sure.
Take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
Doctored clips? First he's a professor and now he's a doctor of clips? No. First he's a professor and now he's doctoring the clips? What's he going to be next? Put a hard hat on the man or something. Far out. I mean, it's just clips of things that you've said on your show, and you've said these things many times before.
Anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem
she's so the thing that she's essentially saying is that she's got like an opinion. Her opinion is she's complicit by having an opinion that is different to your opinion, and that's why you think that she should go to jail or be questioned by the police for having an opinion that's different to your opinion? Makes a lot of sense. I mean, guys, Cantard's in the chat. Okay, go for it, guys. I mean, we tried to warn you.
I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that.
Was Charlie saying always go with your intuition? I think Charlie would have been pretty keen to go with facts, by the way. But yeah, look, I noticed that as well, that Candace was initially glowing about Erica Kirk. She is the moment, she is this and that. And then her fans were like, no, like there's something off about her, And then eventually Candace folded because she realized that that's what the audience wanted. If she wanted to throw meat to the audience, it had to be Erica Kirk.
For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Yeah, so that's what you're doing right now, Candace. That's a good observation. People only lie when they're trying to obscure something. So you're lying, and you're trying to claim that you never said that Erica Kirk was complicit in the death of Charlie, which you have multiple times because you've called her a black widow and been saying that she's complicit, that she needs to go to jail. Long live Erica Francevey. Everyone will know what you did. I would never wish death upon her because I want her to live a long life of everybody knowing who she is and what she did. So you're a liar. You are the liar.
You address what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
I'm sure. In the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you?
I really don't care about them going on double dates and stuff. Whatever PBD is talking about here, it's just bizarre. Did you guys go on double dates? Was there ever any double dates? Okay, irrelevant. JD says, I do believe that backpack was mine, just saying. BB says, how disgraceful to attack a widow and a former friend, then later say she respects her and cares about her, like WTF, disgusting behavior. Did you go on any double dates? Was it the Chuck E. Cheese? Or the double date had to be like the following. It had to be McDonald's or Chuck E. Cheese or maybe somewhere a bit more upmarket. You know, it's you, it's Charlie, it's George, it's Erica. Where did you go for the double date? What did you order? Don't really care about that.
Think all women are retarded.
Okay,
What
this is
you think she's complicit in?
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain
Actually,
how
we have to go a bit beyond this because Andrew did ask a question before that.
I don't.
Go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted,
So just flipping the narrative here, by the way, not answering the question. This is a great moment to say, no, you don't ask a question, you answer the question. You don't answer the question with a question.
Erica's too retarded to kill her husband.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and
You
what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what
what-
dramatically transformed your opinion?
I saw some people making videos about that and including it. Some like people who would be considered right-wingers or whatever in the Candace sphere, and they were including that as if that was some sort of like an own or gotcha moment. And it's like, what are you guys all feminists or something now? Are you all feminists? You guys all think women are really like great and smart and like we really value their political opinions now? Yeah, okay.
Of Erica after going to the headquarters, because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
Is
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah.
I can't tell you how many times he's called me retarded. I would not be able to count it.
Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered
Milo Yiannopoulos as well.
him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters.
We all still do.
Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan,
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is
I
that
don't
when you
know,
gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Oh no, gosh. Not the hug.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Someone goes, one of the other chatters made me remember Trump's epic response. You call women fat, ugly, slobs, pigs. Only Rosie O'Donnell. Aura.
And
Oh,
that
I've
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps They're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking.
Who would have thought, hey guys, if you're not there accusing them of being the Truman Show and killing their friend, that maybe they'd be willing to talk to you? Who would have thought?
That, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, sure. He said that she's too retarded, and that women are retarded in general. In general, yes. But who are you more likely to give information to? The person who called you retarded on Twitter a little while ago, or the person who's saying that you had something to do with the death of your husband and friend? Makes complete and utter sense to me, guys.
They don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
about terrible PR.
If you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe, that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical.
Still am. Always have been. It'll be interesting when Andrew Colvett does release those podcasts that they did with Rach and Andrew. Hopefully he released them soon.
Critical of Erica.
That will really put this one to bed here. I mean, Candace is stonewalling here and she's refusing to understand something quite basic. Many criticisms of TPUSA, the FemCon stuff, all of that, but largely good. Want to keep the college stuff happening. Want to keep destroying leftists on college campuses. The criticisms are still there. It doesn't mean that you can't have a working relationship with people. But she's like trying to act like this is a difficult thing to understand.
And now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica.
Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars, and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually no.
Yeah, it's a perfect criticism. You wrote the book on feminism, but you are the mega girl boss, right? You are the finger-clicking, hand-waving, bird hand talking, clapping, making points. It's giving girl boss. Final boss of girl bosses over here.
The biggest of the girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should
and Candace, your husband didn't even get assassinated, yet you're still being a girl boss. So that point actually works against you, okay? She's been forced into the position. You are volunteering to take the position. So you're actually the final boss of girl bosses here.
take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second.
No,
That's
it makes sense that if your husband is a British lord, or his father is a British lord in the House of Lords, and he's from mega money, and he's super rich, and if you've made millions and millions of dollars, enough to retire on easily, it would make sense that you go home to your kids, actually, Candace. Would make a lot more sense.
That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You
because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and
protect-
they've just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy, right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, if that was you, you brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to.
Jealous. Jelly. Chris says, I'm more convinced that she's profiting off Charlie's assassination after this debate. Well, I mean, there was a lot of ads for sure. Michael says the shooter's defense team isn't even denying that he shot him. How embarrassing for Candace and her schizo groupies. Yeah, it's not looking good. But the industry will remain, guys. The industry will remain. Now, guys, we're getting close to that goal. We got to hit that goal today, surely, for the mega stream, for the call in, for everything, for the week of coverage. But I do want to test stream elements, guys, because like I said before, I think Vinny's come in and fixed it behind the scenes. So I would like to see if it's fixed. So if anybody can send a stream elements one, that would be handy. Eiley says the best part is she thought the arsler thing would stump him. He mentioned all women being Rs to Stewie P. A little research would have helped. Yeah, I don't think she quite knew his position on these things.
Each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of...
And if she was good faith, she would listen to that. But like she just keeps refusing to acknowledge that point there.
Any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get.
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on
How Charlie ate.
we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay? They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably.
The meta conversation. Never seen somebody so terrified to answer questions in my entire life.
To get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I
it's
didn't.
like you
But
were
it's
kind of
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode.
You said it, Candace.
Just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. Mm-hmm. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie.
That is a big
At least
thing.
It sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw
on the white shirt. Don't you think that there would have been a little bit more boom boom, a little bit more smoke, a little bit more explosion, a little bit more shirt breaky break, a little bit more dark colors on shirt, something like that?
Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like...
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Mm-hmm. Take an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
What if he didn't kill them?
Well, because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Sounds like projection to me.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those.
I'd be happy to host it, guys. Thank you to Red Fox for the 20 here. He said, concussive force and displaced air is exactly what you'd see with a gunshot. The angle is wrong for shaped charge from that mic. The angle is all wrong for shaped charge. Oh, excuse me, guys. Michael said, why would Mossad or USG conduct a kill operation so publicly when they could have poisoned him or used a number of less obvious methods? That's what I always think. And then they'll say, well, they wanted to do it in public to send a message. It's like, you would have been, obviously they would have, if they wanted to really cover their tracks and definitely didn't want to get caught or didn't want to get busted, then they would have done something a lot more low-key than that. And they're capable, that's for sure. Just a Guy says for 5. Andrew explains basic high school physics. Candace, sounds like BS to me. Yeah, exactly.
Sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's 2 clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bother me.
Well, we've seen this, guys. This is the guy saying that he believes there was an explosion.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not.
Anyway, belabored point there.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like.
Let's quickly read out these super chats, guys. Nobody can test the stream elements for me. What a shame. 20 from Red Fox says, what bothers me about this is how CK Death brought the right together. Candace fractured that unity. For a moment, I thought we were really going to be very unified on that one. For a brief moment.
We got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said you can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies,
So straight to jail.
yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Monopoly.
Okay.
Like,
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then I explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess.
Oh, yeah. You come out and tell Candace Owens if you've been questioned by the police. I'm sure. I wonder how they would spin that up, guys. I wonder how they would take that information and run with it. I'm sure that they're just dying to tell Candace Owens about that if that happened.
Would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
just kind
entire
of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though,
I would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any end. We said to you before,
which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine.
I'd be interested to know if there was like an analysis on Grok or something about how much time was spent talking, especially in this last part here, about how much time was spent talking about the question rather than answering the question.
Roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing hang on.
And
There's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Say yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said.
And we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception.
I don't think 4 out of 5 even. That's all I'm doing here.
Oh my God, it's actually unbearable. What happened there?
Of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to.
I think he's been going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
let's have it your way. I want it to look like we've done everything Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or no?
He said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. Beautiful.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
and to be clear, Lance Twiggs' DNA was not as degraded as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you also said, it's not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already, that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage because
gosh. It's just, back to the meta.
Before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip plans. I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we should show that text message that you read just because I think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text.
So you're going to read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my show.
Can I ask why?
Well, because I want to. Because
it's his show, Candace, and you can't tell him what to think. You can't tell him what to do and think. You're not his mum.
Drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, I'll release it there. That's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since
TJ says, I've never been so triggered by someone giggling. FFS, I need a cigar.
Your basis has been evidentiary. You keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
So you're just psychologizing, basically. You actually don't really care. I care more than you. So I'm right because I care more. It's not like Andrew's gone over exhaustively all of the pre-trial, sat there for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end watching this pre-trial hearing and everything like that.
If you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, can you tell me one
then let's do the
charge
counter.
And if you're going to say, Candace, that is 100% certain that Tyler Robinson did not pull the trigger or that Erica Kirk and these people are complicit, then I would expect you to have one piece of evidence, one piece of positive evidence. No.
And really, hang on, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't.
So it is a brain fart. I mean, he'll admit that it's a brain fart, not being able to name the exact charge, but does it diminish the case? No, it just doesn't matter. Okay, even if he said something crazy, like it would hit the evidence that he's put forth is the evidence that he's put forth. He made his case, okay, and then Candace hasn't been able to put forward any evidence, even if she's able to list them off, boom, 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 all 7. She still hasn't provided any evidence for her theories, and that's what we're here to debate.
I have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up. I can do
hang
that.
on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Might have been on the bingo card.
I'm going to say again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
what's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering. Okay,
and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction? You just want to...
It's a massive...
Got it.
And then why does it matter? Who gets to who lists the charges better? That's more interesting. Why does it actually matter?
You cannot
all of a sudden
say
very detail oriented
versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say
At least be genuine to know that you care about this whole entire case and investigation enough to know that when you're going to make a claim about people who are complicit and calling them Black Widow and saying that they betrayed Charlie and everything, that you can name one bit of evidence. Just one, Candace.
Evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
noticed something I just was curious about.
let's start with
Care about the meta.
I've said, and he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did as dropped the receipt, he redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. that's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason...
Just deflecting. It's your claim here. It's in your timeline. And this is the thing that everybody's been running with. Well, if it would have had to do this and 13 hours in the car and go to the steakhouse, and that adds 5-6 hours to the timeline. Very important stuff here.
I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show.
Yeah, it's your show. It's your timeline. This is information that you're giving. Is there any evidence for it? No. Can you share with us any evidence about this?
And we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
cool,
I'm asking,
to make sure.
Should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
If we need to build the timeline, if we need to build our timeline, sure.
I think that falls
and then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary
about his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No? Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
I'm not adding
hold, like I said, you hold the prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
I'm not adding unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would...
M_Vanata tip $20. This is much more bearable with Jake's commentary.
It is working after all. Amazing. Thank you, M. Venata. Appreciate that. It's working, boys. Happy about that, at least. Your mum's legs also sent 20. Great to see your mum's legs. High Plains said, if you want to nitpick the use of aggregated, it was also felony discharge from a firearm, causing serious bodily injury, the last part Candace left out. Good pickup, High Plains, Grifter.
Be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
That's splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges
ridiculous.
that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
And you don't know any of the evidence of your claims. Like none whatsoever. None. There's no evidence.
Murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said.
So would that be hearsay? Would that be hearsay?
If you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You were constantly cite things.
Ads, hey? All right, ads, and then we get into the final bit here.
Fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just as for can you first?
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing.
So this was the closing statement here basically just summarizes it perfectly, better than I could summarize it.
For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that. But there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies. Nada, zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over.
Be careful having any sort of humility in these situations. And Andrew has had like humility here, where he's not going to be too sort of like aggressive and say, well, you got destroyed. He's like, yeah, maybe we stalemated. And by stalemate, it means that there's not like a necessary winner in one particular area, because it's like a stalemate in chess, if you will. But she takes that and runs with it and interprets it as him like admitting defeat or something like that. The stalemate was just that, like, we're not going to convince each other. I'm not going to bring you over. You're not going to bring me over. Anything like that. So whatever. The audience might feel like it's a stalemate. But with the other part about you convincing us of your theories, you literally had nothing.
The the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace.
Just speculation, conjecture, and TPUSA must be paying you. And
Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing.
Oh no, clips that things that you've said.
Stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this.
So she's nice and she's genuine and her heart's in the right place. Okay, guys? Don't care about what you think about your heart.
This debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted, but I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair.
It's over, guys. I can't believe we suffered through that whole thing together. I can't believe we suffered through that whole thing together. I'd like to congratulate everybody on sticking around, on being here. That was tough to get through. I think the timed responses would have been better, for sure. We didn't get any evidence whatsoever from the other side, just like we thought was going to happen. We're not going to be bringing over any of those people on the other side to this side, but the people who are watching this now, and Crucibilities and people who watch these streams, who understand what we're watching here, will know what's up, okay? Big B says, Candace is jealous of Erica. She hides her envy in her mystery machine because she's married. She's backed into a moral corner and is doubling down with her Scooby-Doo narrative. Caster says, if not providing a single piece of evidence means she won, then she won. That's true. That would be the standard that allowed her to win. So that's it, guys. I need to go and drink some water, go and sit in the sauna for a little while. Glad we got through that together. Want to send much love to you all. Have a phenomenal weekend, all of you, wherever you are in the big wide world right now. Take care of yourselves. Much love. Peace.